Good morning. I think perhaps we should make a start. Now, I realise that we're in Broughton, but it's all been sort of, in the past, we were told that we were going to be at Brig, which actually used to be called Blandford Brig, until they built the bridge. Well, I think it was Blandford to start with, and then it became Blandford Brig, now it becomes Brig. And the reason for this, of course, is it's got a navigable river, a convenient position in this part of Lincolnshire, and of course it's developed to a market town with this annual horse fair, which I think featured yesterday, and a hiring fair as well. Now, I'm not quite sure why in the 16th century some of my Palgraves decided to sail up the east coast from Great Yarmouth and into the Humber estuary. And they settled in Barton-on-Humber, which is about 10 miles north of here. And they sort of migrated around the various villages. They were there until, well, the 19th century. And I think there were about 8 parishes in all. And I suspect they came to Brig to the market. Anyway, the town developed local industries, including milling, tanning, malting, and brewing. And at one stage, I understand they were very much engaged in dressing and curing rabbit fur for ladies' hats. I don't think they do that anymore. Nowadays, it's a thriving market town with significant shopping facilities, etc. Anyway, to get to the business, I would like to thank the organisers, Mr. Peter and Cliff, for arranging this conference, and of course all the speakers and other participants for placing themselves at our service. We look forward to an interesting and productive outcome as we collaborate, cooperate, and communicate. The conference is open. Thank you.
All right. Jan, would you like to do the apologies? Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me? I think he's turned it on. Can you hear me now? Yes, excellent. I've received several apologies. I'll read them swiftly. Please, then, can you tell me anybody else that I need to add to the list? I think it's in alphabetical order, but you never know. Peter Alfounder, Wendy Archer, Rodney Brackstone, Howard Benbrook, Stephen Dalgleish, David Evans, Anne Lillywhite, Paul Millington, Stuart and Teresa Pask, Penny Pattinson, Roy Raymond, Ian Swinnerton, Graham Tuley, and Sharon and Colin Ulf. Does anybody want me to add any other names to that? Okay. Hang on, I'll go and do one at a time. Yes. Thank you. Anybody else? It is now. Anybody else? Thank you.
Right, good morning to you all. Can everybody hear me all right, or do I need to adjust the little mic? Okay, that's a good signal down there. My name's Corinne Goodenough, for those of you who don't know me. Before I go any further, perhaps I ought to apologise for my late arrival this weekend. It's not that I didn't want to be with you at the Guild's most important event of the year, nor did I wish to miss out on the opportunity to renew friendships and acquaintances. But unfortunately, I have some very close family who needs some TLC to help live independently with her dementia. And my daughter's pregnancy has got complications, so I will be dashing off straight after lunch. But I'm here for the important part of today's business. I hope you've all had an opportunity to read the draft minutes of last year's AGM. Are there any comments? No? In that case, can I sign the minutes as a true and accurate record of the AGM held in Ashford on the 12th of April 2014? Is there a proposer? Yeah. And a seconder? Can I have a show of hands, those for? Those against? Are there any abstentions? Yeah. One, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Are there any matters arising? That's good. 5 nominations were received by the closing date of the 28th of January, so there was no necessity for a guild election this year. So every nominee was therefore elected unopposed. Here are the members who are nominated to serve on the committee for the forthcoming year. I don't know if I have a pointer on this. Do I have a, which one? Ah, right, okay. So here we have Tracy Kerr, our treasurer, who's here on my left. Peter Copsey, will you hold your hand up? Peter Ale founder, who can't be here. Julie Goucher, would you like to hold your hand up, Julie? And myself. We have 2 additional volunteers, both who have served on committee in previous years, standing by in the wings waiting to be co-opted. But this can't happen until our committee meeting later today. If there are any other members here today who would like to volunteer to be on committee, we're happy for you to stand up now and volunteer or contact any of us between now and our lunchtime meeting. For those members who are watching via the YouTube channel, you're not excluded. We would love you to join us, and the invitation is extended to you. The hardest bit will be making contact with us. On behalf of the committee, I would like to now report on the activities of the Guild during the year. But before I go any further, I would like to reflect for a minute to remember all of our members who have passed away during the year. It's been a very busy and productive year for your committee, which has functioned for most of the year with just 12 members. Additional members were not recruited to fill vacancies that arose during the year, as we concentrated on filling essential posts. The seminars subcommittee continues to excel under the chairmanship of Rodney Braxton, and the IT subcommittee was disbanded, with the main committee taking on responsibilities for IT and marketing. The executive subcommittee's responsibilities were amended to cover finance only. Committee and subcommittee papers, draft and agreed minutes continue to be published and available on the Guild website. Your committee works really hard on your behalf, most of it in the background. Every committee member gives up a tremendous amount of their personal time to keep the Guild functioning. Many of them put in their own one-name study research to one side for their period of tenure. Unfortunately, some members of committee are retiring at this AGM, and there were also some members elected by the membership to committee who stood down during the course of the year. It's not really appropriate to single out any individual for a special mention, as everyone who volunteers for the Guild is equally important, regardless of the time they donate or the role or the project for which they volunteer. So can we all put our hands together and thank them all for their time, effort and skills that they have contributed to the Guild. We continue to maintain and hold our membership and have increased the number of registered studies since last year's report. Indeed, the number of new members recruited for this month exceeds our previous March highest in 2010, and the month isn't over yet. In fact, there's a congress going on in Australia at the moment, and they've already signed up another new member there. So we certainly are going to beat our previous highest. And it looks like we in the UK need to do a bit of work on our emails to catch up with our overseas members. The Guild uses many ways of communicating with you all. Some members are very interactive and like to be included in every option, while others prefer to be selective and rely on one method that works for them. Whatever your preference, we do hope you will continue to be informed by the Guild. I'm sure most of you will have noticed our new image to take us forward into the 21st century. It was necessary to create an icon to show on internet browser pages, as well as something crisp and sharp and easily identifiable for the social networking pages. The revision to the Guild Journal cover was a natural progression for the new volume of June's, and all of the icons and images have been very well received. Our new website using WordPress went live in June 2014 with Colin Spencer as webmaster. Following Nigel Osborne's appointment in July, the website has expanded and grown to much acclaim. Indeed, earlier this year, it received the Who Do You Think You Are magazine award for a best website. I'm sure you will have noticed the news page, which automatically feeds to the social media sites. And over Christmas and New Year, we ran posts on 13 consecutive days based on the festive 12 Days of Christmas theme, in which 80 of our registered one-name studies were mentioned. The Seminars Subcommittee have organised 4 very successful seminars this year, all available on the Guild's YouTube channel. So all of our members, wherever they are in the world, can view these excellent presentations. The newly formed United States of America seminar group are in the final planning stages for the first USA seminar to be held in the Boston area later this year, and details for that will be announced soon. Additional funding was granted to purchase new equipment to enable quality recordings to be made of seminars, AGMs and conference. And I think Bob, our Director of Recordings here, is using that equipment today. These recordings enable us and the public to view and learn different skill sets from the comfort of our armchairs. At the Who Do You Think You Are events in 2014, held in London and Glasgow, many of our members gave talks in the SOG workshops, or they volunteered in the Ask the Experts area. All of these areas educate the public in genealogical and one-name studies. Pharos, a partner of the Guild, continues to run its excellent courses, and participants to the Introduction to One-Name Studies course automatically become members of the Guild for the rest of the financial year, and we hope they will continue to join us on completion of their course. The Guild stand continues to be the tangible aspect of the Guild, attending many family history fairs and events. And as you can see, we've been very active worldwide. Unfortunately, for some events, it just wasn't economic for the Guild to attend, so we arranged for Guild leaflets to be there in our absence. In 2015, we hope to be just as busy, perhaps even busier. And whilst we were here, we have 4 regional reps and their helpers in Australia manning a stand at the Congress in Canberra. And as I've already mentioned, they've signed up at least 1 new member. Who Do You Think You Are continues to be the prime event in United Kingdom for both the genealogist and the Guild. In 2014, it was additionally held in Glasgow as part of the Homecoming Scotland event. The Guild membership is involved in so many ways. On the Guild stand, in the Society of Genealogists Ask the Experts area, speaker and workshop sessions, and many Guild members attend as representatives and helpers on information stands and for County Family History Society tables. Whatever your role or involvement at Who Do You Think You Are, thank you. The Constitutional Review team have continued to discuss our Constitution under the leadership of Peter Hagger, and Peter gave a presentation on the latest update yesterday evening. The results of the team and the consultation will be circulated to the whole membership later this year. Last year, the committee agreed to a trial project for the preservation of members' One Name study websites. And Mike Spatherky and Jim Benedict will be giving more detail about this project in their session tomorrow. As you know, the Guild has many indexes, and this year there have been many additions to those indexes, none of them possible without the huge amount of input and information submitted by you, our membership. These indexes are a valuable resource to us all, and their growth can benefit us all. So please carry on and continue to submit your data. It will be much appreciated. Most of the activities that happen within the Guild wouldn't be possible without you, the Guild's volunteers. Where would we be without you? On behalf of the committee and the membership, I would like to say your time and efforts and skills are greatly valued and appreciated. And please accept this as a formal acknowledgement of our grateful thanks. But we mustn't rest on our laurels. There are so many ways which we can help the Guild. And you all know the saying, many hands make light work. So if you can offer time or skills in any areas, please contact Peter Hagger, the Volunteers Coordinator. The Guild has recently negotiated a new member benefit with the Discover Your Ancestors magazine. You can obtain a 20% discount on the 12 issues in Digital Pack 1. However, you will need to use this URL, which is on the Guild website, and I believe is also on the slide as well. If you go in just via their normal website, you won't get the discount. And now I'd like to hand over to Tracy, our treasurer, for her report on the Guild accounts and independent examiners report.
Won't take long. Morning. To start with, I need to obviously start by thanking Cliff for his service for the last 10 years as treasurer. And that obviously will be hard to follow, but I will do what I can, do my best. But obviously, please bear with me as I may do things. Hello?
Hold it up.
Right, okay. Right, is that better? Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. Hey. I'll start by thanking Cliff for his service for the last 10 years as Treasurer. That's an act that I'm sure will be hard to follow, but I will do my best. And obviously, please bear with me as we may do things differently, but with the same end result and always with the interests of the Guild in mind. So if you'd like to thank you to Cliff. The last year's been an interesting one for me and one that I've enjoyed. It has been good to get to know other members and to get more involved. Again, as in previous years, it is important that we continue to receive money in so that we have it to use for the benefit of the membership. For members that are UK taxpayers, obviously gift aid continues to bring in a sizable amount of income, which Cliff will continue to oversee in his role as gift aid manager. There has been no improvement in investment rates and the situation remains the same as it was last year. But I will continue to monitor spending and ensure that the Guild receives the best value in all areas. The accounts for the financial year ended October 2014 were prepared by Cliff, and I'm sure he will be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have. It's fine. Anything? No? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Right, if there are no further questions or any questions, I'd like to therefore propose that the accounts be accepted, ratified, whatever it is. Right, anyone? I can't see anything. Seconder? In favour? Against? Abstentions? No. It's carried then, yeah? Right. With regards to the independent examiners, I mean, even though I do live in the same county as Cliff, but I'm at the other end to him, I would therefore like to change the company used to one that's nearer to me to make it easier for me to work with them. They are Lakin Clark Limited and they're a firm that I've used in my own professional life. I've spoken to them and they are willing to act for us and at the same cost as we've used previously. So obviously, I'd like to thank Richard Vaughan and Company for their services over the years as well. I would like to therefore propose that Lakin Clark Limited be appointed independent examiners for the financial year ending October 2015. Seconder? In favour? Against? Abstentions? Carried. I think that's about all I've got to say at the moment. So is there any other questions that Cliff would like to answer? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, that's why I sort of thought if we could say formally that I'd like to thank them for that. Thank you. Anything else? No, thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Tracy. And now the committee would like to recommend to the AGM the nominations for President and Vice Presidents. This is done so that those worthy of the honour are not forgotten, but the meeting does not have to accept the committee's recommendations. The committee would like to recommend to you that Derek Palgrave is re-elected as President and that Howard Benbrook, Colonel Ian Swinnerton, Alec Tritton and Peter Walker are the Guild's Vice Presidents. Can I propose this from the Chair? All those in favour? All those against? Oh, sorry.
I've done it.
Oh, right, sorry. Any abstentions? One abstention. Good one. The Guild Fellowship Scheme has been set up in order to recognise those Guild members considered especially worthy of honour, either because of their level of expertise in genealogy and one-name studies, or for their contribution to the running of the Guild, or both. This year's Master Craftsmen of the Guild Award recipients are Jan Cooper and Michael Stonehewer. Unfortunately, Michael can't be with us this weekend, and so we're hoping to present his award at the Preston seminar in May. But can I ask Derek to make the presentation to Jan? Would you like to go in front there and then be in the right place for the photo? The Guild Award of Excellence is intended to complement the Master Craftsman of the Guild scheme in acknowledging members' contributions to one-name study publications. I'm pleased to announce that in the judges' estimation, the following people have achieved excellent in one-name study publication. Now, we have got rather a large list, which is very pleasing. So if I can break it down into the various categories. For articles, Gillian Barnes for the Family Historian's Dilemma, Simon Last for Lasts in World War I, Jenny Fairs for Are You Who You Think You Are, Bob Hilborn for Hilborn Surname Variants, Andy Micklethwaite for Micklethwaite's Reunited, Anthony J. Mingay, Minge's Gift, Tony Pitt, A Lifetime of Family History, A Big Game of Hide and Seek, an article and paper by Dr. John S. Plant and Professor Richard E. Plant on English surnames, plural origins, DNA and emigration, Peter Russian for his article on the Halifax explosion, Mike Spatherkey, the website is the One Name Study, Michael Stonehewer for Manchester Grammar School Boys Scouts in World War I, Colonel Ian Swinnerton for the Royal Air Force, Gordon Tuff, Turning Data into Families, Anne Williams, Soldiers, Sailors and One Airman, WW1, World War I in a Study of the Astridge Name. I'll leave that up there for a couple of minutes just for you to have a look at all of those names before I go on to the next page. Okay. Now I am missing 3 names that I wasn't informed of till this morning, so my apologies for not showing. For the Fairest Certificate of Attainment, Tracy Kerr, Caroline Sikulovich, Barclay, I hope, Caroline, I've pronounced that correctly, and David Skirm with merit. The Pharos Distinction, Anne Hopton, Bill Clough, surname emerges, and Anne Leonard, Parishes and Peach Trees, the Fools One Name Study. For books, Rod and Jean Fanthorpe, People and Place, How a Worldwide Family Developed in its Social and Economic Context from its Lincolnshire Locative Roots. Debbie Kennett, The Surname Handbook, A Guide to Family Name Research in the 21st Century. And Sheila Rowlands with her husband John, The Surname of Wales Updated and Expanded. For websites, I've got Sue Horseman with the horsemanstudy.info website, Paul Howes with his housefamily.com website, and Renison Veyro from the veyro.name website. Can I ask Derek, our president, to make the presentations to those members who are here today? Fortunately, or unfortunately, not everybody can be with us, but because Paul Howes, Debbie Kennett, Mike Spathicky and Tracy Kerr come up and receive their presentations, please. Is Anne Lennon here?
Can we just have individual ones and then I'll do a group one? So if you can just,
Is Anne Leonard a member here? Is someone said, Anne, I wasn't aware. Would you like to come up as well? Although I haven't got a nice black frame for you, but that's something we can fix. Tracy. We have, and we're
just working on
as long as it doesn't fall out before the photo's taken. Would you like them all together?
Yeah, they're the best back. When you're in the middle, oh, brilliant.
Paul, can you just make sure the curtain's pulled behind you? That's it. Now I'm nearing the end of the report, and it gives me great pleasure to announce the details of our 37th Guild AGM and Conference. This will be held at the Hilton Birmingham Metropole Hotel at the NEC in Birmingham. Obviously, the NEC is the in place to be in 2015 and 16, and I hope to see you there. So that ends my report. Is there any other business?
We have organised the hotel for next year, as you've seen. I got involved in that somehow. But importantly, we haven't got a volunteer to organise next year's conference. And more importantly, as equally importantly, we do not yet know what the theme is. So when you fill out the comments form, please do that, because we didn't have many returns last year. I'd emphasise, I would like to know exactly what you would like for next year. But more importantly, I would like to seek a volunteer, not just from you lot, but also the rest of the guild. I don't fancy the idea of doing 3 in a row.
So is there any other business? Yes.
Can I ask why so many committee members and post holders have stood down this year when a lot of them were only elected last year? And last year we had a surplus of members wanting to be on the committee.
Yeah, I actually anticipated that question would be asked today. And this is my thoughts. Many are stepping down, like Cliff and Jan. after giving the Guild many years of service. And some more recently elected ones will have their reasons for standing down too. Indeed, I possibly would have stood down this year as well. But I didn't feel that it was right that whoever was going to be chairman in the next year should be thrown in at the deep end without any handover. So that's why I'm continuing with the committee this year. All I would say is perhaps they're burned out. Being on the committee all day, running the Guild, is hard, hard work. And dare I say it, this year, no names, no pack drills, but some members have made it very, very difficult and very hard. So perhaps enough is enough. But however, if you want to know the real story why someone stepped down, I'm afraid you'll have to ask them. Certainly. Yeah, I anticipated that as well. I like to be prepared. Okay, the IT sub had to be disbanded because Ken Mycock stood down from committee. He was actually the chair of the IT sub. And at the time, Colin Spencer was the webmaster and he did not wish to take on the role of chairman. So under their terms of reference, IT sub could not continue. That's why it had to be disbanded. No, Ken Mycock actually tendered his resignation to committee in June. No, he hadn't at the time of the meeting. The meeting when it was disbanded, which was, I think, the 5th of July, Colin was still webmaster and he declined to be chair. So at that meeting, IT sub had to formally be disbanded. It's working, IT's working very well at the moment. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
One other comment said in the report that they wanted more volunteers from outside the community to take on posts.
Yes.
So why did the assemble who was already on the committee take on your authority then?
Because he's not going to be on committee this year. He's not going to be on committee this year, so he's going to have plenty more time.
That's what I'm writing for.
Are there any other questions? Hello, sorry, can we get a mic down to the gentleman, please?
Hello, Dave Beecast. This is about a point that was mentioned earlier on in the meeting about the proportion of members who do not have email or do not use email.
No, it's actually
This does
members.
puzzle me a little bit. We have a lot of people in the room here. Are there people in the room here who maybe like to stick their hand up to say they don't use email, but they do use the internet in some way, but they don't use email? No, we all use email. So the people that are missing from the meeting are the ones that don't use email. Is there a message there?
Possibly. The ones who don't have email may have email at home and have not chosen to tell the Guild. When I was regional rep for Wiltshire, I had 4 members in Wiltshire who had email but did not wish to let the Guild have an email address, which made it quite difficult for communicating with them. I don't know what their reasons were, but that's the way it is.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Would you like to close the AGM?
Rather another question. I suppose we could. We're nicely running early, so the next lot of tea and coffee is not due till 10:30. We were anticipating a slightly longer AGM, but always good when AGMs are not drawn out. So thank you for that. So we reassemble back here at 11 o'clock. It says coffee is 10:30 to 11:30 in your programme. I've just noticed that typo, but it in fact is 11 o'clock back here for Laurence Harris, which Cliff will introduce. So please enjoy your networking and the stands, and Cliff is going to put the Guild bookstall together, and there'll be some books there at bargains for you.
Just one point. Oh, I think the name of attendees forms are circulating. If you haven't already signed it, please would you make sure you sign it before you leave the room, and then could they all be returned to Jan here rather than fall into the WPB? That would be lovely. Thank you.
One last notice, over by the bar we will put the table forms for the dinner tonight for you to fill in what table you wish to sit on. And Cliff would any time today take your orders for wine. Cash with the order is ideal, please. Thank you very much. So if you can sort those things out, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Oh, let me move over there. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Yep.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Twenty-five minutes to go.
1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1.
Testing, testing, testing.
1, 2, 3. Right. Welcome back, everyone, from your extended tea, planned extended tea. Bearing in mind it was an extra break, I still didn't get time to have a cup of coffee, but there we go. No. I'll survive. There's a couple of things I want to mention first of all. First of all, we've got some of these badges still left. If anyone wants one, there's some on the bookstall, but there's 100 there. You don't have to donate any money to the Guild, but I appreciate it if you did, but just take them, okay? The other thing is we are selling on the bookstall the new surname atlas, which has got additional data for Scotland on it. It's still £15. I know the majority of you have already got copies of surname atlas. I don't expect to sell too many, but they are available. Have a word with Jan Cooper. She knows where they are. If you haven't got cash, I will take money from you whichever way I can. Or equally so, Jan has got the DNA kits as well. Same applies. Jan's over there. Again, go to her, she'll give you the kits, and we'll arrange to extract the money from you somehow. You also notice there is a sort of bookstall that's haphazard at the moment. Basically, the sales manager is standing down. We've managed to pick up all the stock, and I'm now trying to sell it as much as possible. But basically, we're saying, whatever you want to offer, we will probably sell it as long as it's reasonable. We've already sold a reasonable amount, but they're all bargains, so well done. Now, we're on to the main session. I felt it only just started. There we go. But it's very timely that Laurence is doing the first session. Because a year ago, I remember talking to Laurence about this year's conference, and I was speaking to the then conference organizer, Theresa Pass, about what should the theme be. And we talked about it, and Laurence said, it should be, of course, what we've got here. Collaboration, cooperation, and communication. And ideal opportunity. Yes, we'll go with that. And of course I said, would you like to speak on the subject? So that's why we're here today. So just a few words about Laurence. I was surprised to know, but delighted to know that he's a very experienced genealogist. In the sense he started about 17, that sort of age. So he's very experienced, and of course he's therefore been doing it a couple of years, maybe slightly more. But Laurence is also the head of Genealogy UK for MyHeritage, and he obviously will want to say a little bit about that, but his talk will encompass various things that's going to, I'm sure, interest you. And basically he'll be talking for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and then 10 minutes, 15 minutes, questions, depending on how he goes. I will prompt him after half an hour to see how he's getting, chase him up or slow him down as appropriate. So may I introduce Laurence Harris.
Good morning, everyone. Can we do a test? Collaboration, cooperation, and communication. We heard last night about one of the obligations on all of us to respond to queries when they come in about our one name study. So I'm imagining that for most of us that involves some degree of cooperation, collaboration, and communication. I think what I'd like to explore today with you are a number of aspects of that and really begin to introduce some of the themes that we are going to come across later on in the conference from various speakers. So this will be an introduction that will hopefully bring together a number of the themes. So, I'm going to be talking about five or six different areas in this presentation. The first ones are ones that have affected me personally, and I've got personal benefit out of doing them, where I've communicated and got good results. For example, out of my one name study, which is the Tchaikovsky one name study. I'll also be talking about the Harrow Memorial Board project that I was involved in, which was a World War II memorial project, and that involved tracing a number of people whose names were on a memorial board, and the way a number of people got together in a collaborative manner to make that effective. I'll be talking a little bit about what I see as the difference between cooperation and collaboration. We'll be talking about what the vendors are providing. We're going to be talking about some of the new guys on the block who are offering merged collaborative trees. What are their advantages? What are their disadvantages? Should we be considering using them? How can they benefit us doing our one name studies? Talk a little bit about communications, and I hope to leave some time for questions at the end. It is the long history of humankind, and animal kind too. Those who learn to collaborate most effectively have prevailed. If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. Just three of many quotes that can be found about the benefits of collaborating and working together. The Harrow Memorial Board project. This project started about 2 months before the 11th of November in 2013. Why do I remember the 11th of November 2013? Of course, it's Remembrance Day. And around that time, a memorial board was discovered which had been gathering dust in a cupboard after the movement from one building to another. And it had been gathering dust for 30 or 40 years, basically, until it had been found. It was a roll of honour board commemorating some of those in the Jewish community in the Harrow area who died during the war. And we had planned already some form of memorial service on the 11th of November. And we thought, wouldn't it be a good idea, having found this board, if we could actually find some of the family and relatives of these 11 brave men who died during the war and actually invite them to our memorial service. I was asked to head up a project on this, and it pretty much took 2 months out of my life to actually achieve the end result. The challenge initially was to try and trace those relatives and descendants of the 11 servicemen named on the board and to invite them into memorial service. We thought 2 families, 3 families, 4 families out of the 11 would be quite an achievement, especially as many of these were young men and actually didn't leave any descendants because they died, as many did, unfortunately, without children. But it was all about, and the success was all about communications. We set up a team, we put appeals out to newspapers, on various message boards, social media, and it was about cooperation and collaboration. We actually decided to use my heritage site and create a new one and invited all those who had knowledge of any of these individuals to contribute that knowledge, to become members of the site, to add information, documents, photos, so we could begin, even if we couldn't trace the actual relatives, we could begin to build up a picture based on documentation. Obviously, the idea was then to see how many of these families we could actually trace. We posted the latest finds on the website. We made a list of what needed to be done, what needed to be found, who we were tracing, what leads we'd got. And we did all the things that you'd normally expect. We searched family sites, genealogy sites, newspapers. We did a lot of networking. And information started rolling in, whether it was newspaper clippings. That was one of the Reverend Hooker. And as things do, one thing leads to another. So we got names out of the newspaper clipping of descendants. Talks about he leaves a wife and 2 daughters living, and it gives an address at the bottom. And then we managed to trace names, but we were unable to trace them in this country. And thought, okay, it's possible the descendants had gone elsewhere. And we found a name called Keough, which isn't that common. And we did a search on various sites. Happened to do it on Genie. This was a descendant. We knew this was the surname of a descendant who we were unable to trace of Reverend Hooker. His surname was Keough. And we found, by search on Genie, a Raoul Keough, whose tree had been placed online. And then that gave names of his relatives. And gradually we managed to find this relative living in New Zealand. That's just 8 of the photos. We did actually end up getting photos of all 11 of the servicemen. We actually managed to achieve, in that 8 weeks, tracing the family of every single serviceman. And we managed to bring them all together for a memorial service where we gave details of their service history. Okay, I'd like to move on now to my own one-name study, Chapkovsky. This is my paternal grandmother's family, based largely in a town called Balbieriskis in Lithuania. This family disappears into Eastern, as you go back in time, disappears into Eastern Europe around the turn of the 1900s. Chapkovsky. I know you all have trouble with variants of surnames. Let me tell you, I have trouble too. This is just a very tiny selection. And the selection actually runs, that I've got listed on a bit of paper, runs to over 100 variants on the surname. Does it start CH, TZ, CHIF? The problem, of course, is it's been transliterated into English 100 or so years ago when a transliteration out of Russian-Polish on the Lithuanian border brings its own challenges. And secondly, of course, most of them that came over were literate in their own language, but weren't literate in English, so couldn't tell the various people in England exactly how to spell it, and had some very interesting variations of these names on censuses. Keeping on collaboration, it is a fairly rare surname, but we have actually identified via DNA testing at least 3 groups, and we think there's probably only about 3 groups of discrete groups. And actually, whilst some people would say with DNA testing that the 12 marker test doesn't do a lot for us and we should be really moving up, but you can start with a 12 marker test. One of the advantages of 12 marker male DNA testing is very quickly, it can tell you if 2 people are not related. So it's sometimes easier to tell if they're not related than if they are. So some very simple 12 marker male DNA testing actually gave us some fairly useful family groupings. One of the challenge was, whilst we knew the name of the town in Eastern Europe, in Lithuania, Balbieriskis, where the family originated, not one person had any Eastern European records at all. Neither could we find any. And I've been searching for many years. Last year I had a breakthrough. an organisation called LitVUG-SIG, which is the LitVUG Special Interest Group. It's got a site on the Jewish Gen website, ran a collaborative, and they do run collaborative indexing projects. And this particular indexing project included the town of Balberiskis in Lithuania. And it managed to take me back from my great-grandfather, Hirschwolf Chapkovsky, back a further 2 generations at least to his parents and grandparents. Only through collaboration and actually having people go out to Lithuania, to go to the archives and to do the transcriptions. But it's not effective to do that usually for looking at one person. The only way you're going to get these types of hits is if people actually manage to collaborate into a project. So, cooperation. Let's have a show of hands how many of you think you are reasonably active in your cooperation within the genealogy field. I'm surprised not as many hands went up as I thought. Okay. I'd like to deal with the way I see, and this is a personal view, the difference between cooperation and collaboration. I use the two, some people use the two terms very similarly. I use them a little bit differently. So for me, cooperation is about, will you help me develop my tree or my study? Yes, let's work together, but it's my tree at the end of the day. It's my data. I'm going to let you view it, no problem at all, but I'm not going to let you change it. Hands up, how many of you run your one-name studies broadly along those lines? I prefer, yeah, okay. Okay, there's variants. I'm going to give you 2 extremes at the moment. Your variant is probably somewhere in between that. Other extreme, collaboration. Let us build our tree or our study together. It's our data, jointly, or multiple people. We can both view it and add to it as we want. It's our tree. Those, I admit, are 2 ends of a spectrum. Now I'm going to ask you all a question. Most of you will say you are somewhere between one extreme or the other, I would guess. You're not totally building your one-name study in a cooperation manner, and you're probably not all at the other end of the extreme. I'd now like you to put up your hands. I'm going to ask you to either indicate whether you believe, on balance, you operate your tree in a cooperative way, or on balance not your tree or your study, let's keep your study, in a cooperative way, or whether you operate it in a collaborative way. So first of all, those for cooperation. Okay? Those for collaboration? Okay, interesting. Now, of course, most of us actually fall somewhere in between, and I certainly fall somewhere in between, and depending on which hat I wear, I can either sway towards one way or the other. When I talk about different hats, my own family tree tends to be very collaborative, not only with my family, but publishing it elsewhere to get a lot of information results. I also work as a professional genealogist, where I can be commissioned on a fee basis. Or if I work on, for example, for the BBC on the Who Do You Think You Are TV series, there is very much cooperation. There is sometimes very little information you're allowed to give out for a variety of reasons. The person who gathers that information, or the information it goes to, may decide to cooperate afterwards, but that's their decision. I also work for a number of projects, genealogy projects for MyHeritage, where I'm doing research, and often that falls in between the two, because we're trying to, there's sometimes some information we can't give out, but by and large we're trying to promote wide information on a certain topic. So for each of us, it's going to be slightly different, and it may vary depending on which tree and which project you're actually working on. Another conundrum, and I know we've got another speaker speaking later on in the conference about it, is degrees to which we should be sharing our data. So I've got some research from my family. It may be photos, it may be a passport, it may be census entries, it may be a court document. Should I be sharing it? Should I be putting it up on the network? Should it have very wide public availability? What are the sensitivities involved? And if that group of documents there, passport, photo, etc., is about your father, you may feel very differently than if that group of documents was about your great-great-great-grandfather. Time can make a difference. It may make a difference the way you run your collaboration, who you're prepared to share this information with, and under what circumstances. Should I actually share my family tree? So if I've got a family tree that I can see, should I be putting it up on the network? Should I be putting names up? Should it have, should it exclude people who are living? What are the issues involved? There is no right or wrong answers. Most of us will be able to see from a situation if it's definitely wrong or could have some negative impacts. But each situation is different, each tree is different, each time period is different. The issues that potentially involve illegitimacy or whatever it happens to be can be different for each individual person, and you do have to be very careful if you are going to put up information exactly what you do have, especially if you're going to move towards the collaborative end, whereby you're going to make your tree freely available and collaborate very widely. So collaboration. I think we all understand some of the benefits. The people who've got the missing piece to your family tree, finding those people, getting the missing piece. The sharing of effort, the sharing of costs, new ideas. This is a great one for me, involving family. If people have got different motivations for doing their family history and their one-name studies, for me, it's about involving family, passing on stories. You might get a feel-good factor as well out of it. Most humans by nature are not solitary. Most humans by nature feel good about the social interaction. But of course you've got the risks. Risks on privacy, copyright, other people introducing errors into your family tree, or is it our family tree? Are you publishing out of context? The vendors, the major vendors, whether it's commercial vendors like Ancestry, Find My Past Bright Solid, My Heritage, whether it's non-commercial vendors, family history societies maybe, or Family Search, they are recognising and now building tools to deal with some of these issues, to make it easier for you to collaborate and communicate. It's not just what for many of us used to be many years ago, the ability to maybe provide a tool to help somebody keep and draw their own family tree. Things have moved, as I'm sure we're all aware, far beyond that. Yes, we're being innovative, finding easy ways so that our members can invite cooperation or collaboration. How many of you are members of a site, whether it's any one of the major commercial sites, and are notified of potential matches of some sort by email, possibly even bombarded by emails? Okay, hands down. How many of you think you actually get too many of these emails? Okay. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Some people do. It depends on the surname, depends on a variety of factors. You're finding now that the vendors are getting smarter. They're putting in smarter filters. They're making the accuracy of the matches far better. Let me talk a little bit about my heritage. It obviously depends on the type of surname and the location, but by and large, we're getting 95% or more accuracy on the notifications that we're sending out. And the reason for that is we're not just matching, say we're doing a tree-to-tree match, you put up your tree, and there's somebody over there who's put up another tree. And we notice the two names are the same. We are looking the way a normal human would in terms of context. What are the names of the parents that are on the tree? What are the names of the children that are on both trees? Now, one tree may have 3 children. The other tree over there may have 5 children. But if the names of the parents are identical and the names of the grandparents look to be identical, then they're probably the same family, especially if the date range is roughly correct. So it's looking at the context of an individual, their parents, their siblings, their children, dates, locations, and running some fairly complex algorithms before we decide to send you a notification saying you've got a match or potentially got a match. Are we perfect? No. Have we got a long way to go? Yes. Have we made significant strides over the last 4 to 5 years in terms of matching accuracy? I believe very definitely. And I believe you're going to see that more and more. You're going to be able to put in more and more filters on your matching. And I've got no doubt it's not only my heritage. I'm sure the other major commercial vendors will be doing the same. Thanks. So, better default security for living individuals, more control over what can be seen or changed and by whom. So it's not a straight, it's available or my tree is available or it's not available. You can give people read-write permissions. You can change certain of the parameters about what can and can't be done on your tree. So we're giving the user more control. Options to opt in or opt out of collaborative tools. We hope that with additional filters and more accurate matching, you will be using smart matching. But you can opt out if you want. You don't have to use it, and we'll turn it off. It's just a user switch. So we're providing different things. We're providing discrete trees, like traditional ancestry, MyHeritage trees, online or offline. You can invite others to your tree. You can do JCOM inputs, you can merge profiles within the tree, you can match profiles to other trees. Or over the last few years, we've seen a very rapid growth of what I call merged collaborative trees. In particular, and to some extent, Genie, to a lesser extent, Wikitree. Some of these are quite large trees when they're merged. We can talk about accuracy in a minute, and I'll give you an idea of some of the sizes. These trees typically are good because they have much less duplication. The ideal is we would get one record for every individual, and that record would be as accurate as possible. A model that we're using, to a degree, is like a Wikipedia type model. How many of you have ever searched for some information on Wikipedia? Okay, hands down. Somebody I noticed put 2 hands up. They've obviously done a lot of searching on Wikipedia. Do we trust 100% of the information that's on Wikipedia? Hands up those that trust 100%. Okay? Hands up those of you that find it useful enough and you think that probably 95% or more of the information that's up there is correct. Okay, majority. Whether it's 90, 95, there becomes a point where the vast majority of the information is up there is correct and some isn't. Now, what we're not saying with our family trees is if we give you a match, you've got to say that it is a match. It's still up to you to either verify the source yourself or take an informed decision as to whether the person who's put it up has done it well and accuracy. And you can normally tell by the comments they make and the sources they give as to how well somebody has done this. Not always. People can still make mistakes, and some people want to check every single bit of information. Some people are willing to say, yes, somebody's put it up and they've provided reasonable sources. I've looked at their work and generally they appear to be doing high quality work. I'm going to trust it. That's a personal decision. But it does result in much less duplication that I personally think is a good idea. And you can have people challenging it and putting additional information in as well. So it's Wikipedia-like. We use crowdsourcing and curators. At this point, for those of you that haven't gathered, not only do I work for MyHeritage, but Jeannie is actually a part of the MyHeritage group. So I will be promoting Jeannie as well, and I make note, I do that unashamedly, because I use both. I use traditional MyHeritage trees, and I also use Jeannie. And I put a certain amount of information onto Jeannie, but not everything about every individual, because it does have much wider access. So we all have to use the tools for different purposes. So that's the standard MyHeritage tree page. I won't go. A number of you may or may not have used MyHeritage in the past. I did notice that I bought a large number of CDs, a reasonably large number of CDs, thinking, okay, not a lot of CDs, and they're free to use, by the way, and I left them on the table. I think by the time I came back here, there were only about half a dozen left, so somebody obviously wants to try it out at least. It is free to use and free to try out, the CDs that are on the table. They may lead you to a data subscription as well, and that's different, or site subscription. But the CDs, if you keep them run them on your own PC, are totally free to use and try out. If we have run out CDs on the table, then just either call me in conference or just write to Laurence at myheritage.com, and it's Laurence with a U. And I'll make sure you've got a way of getting on. Jeannie, again, slightly different flavour, much more collaborative. They've got on Jeannie, there's about 150 million profiles. In the grand scheme of things, compared to the number of profiles that are on overall MyHeritage trees and also on Ancestry and a number of other sites, the Jeannie size of 150 profiles is not massive. What is massive is there are 89 million of them linked in one tree. Are there errors in that tree? Yeah, sure there is. Are the majority of the entries in there correct and correctly linked? Yeah, sure they are. So therefore, again, it's the case of, can this be useful to you? How do you use it? How much do you rely on it? You have to make your own decisions, but it is now one tool that was never really heavily used 5 or more years ago. If I look at the growth of traditional trees and the use of collaborative trees, and we're a slightly different group here because the majority of the people here I would consider to be intermediate or advanced family historians or genealogists. But if you take the general public, the majority aren't. And with that in mind, we're finding a really large leap in the growth of collaborative family trees. There's going to be a global family reunion next year, this year, in June, early June, in New York City, being organised by a guy called AJ Jacobs, or AJ. He's a journalist by profession and writes books. Hopefully, the idea is to beat the Guinness Book of Records and have the largest family tree gathering. It will be a massive event in New York City. That's early June. So if any of you are planning to be in New York in early June, do get in touch or go on the website and look for Global Family Reunion. But when he first started, I was helping AJ I said, why don't you put your tree up on Genie and see what comes up? So he put his tree on Genie, did a couple of searches. He's related to Albert Einstein. He's related to Sir Paul McCartney. He is also related to pretty much every single king and queen in England since about 1100 or earlier, depending on when there was the continuous run. There are some trees and links that go back pre-1100 and earlier. There is certainly a few trees up there, and I'm not sure I would 100%, or I shouldn't say trees, part of the big tree, there are some links up there that do take the modern day, people in modern day era back into the Davidic era of King David. A couple of them are fairly well researched. There are a couple of areas where there's a few generations that maybe don't quite, the evidence isn't quite there, but most of the generations are linked. So it's quite interesting to see how this is evolving. Most people, when they go on Genie, will actually find they're linked to large numbers of other people. I have to stress this isn't necessarily blood link, it's not necessarily direct line link, it can be through husbands and wives, so it can be in-laws or outlaws, depending on what you want to call them, but they're there. Communications. I'm not going to say an awful lot, it sort of follows off on the back of collaboration and communication. But yes, we're sharing family trees, information. There are a number of family and sharing sites up there, increased use of social media, message boards, multilingual. I'm going to concentrate a little bit on multilingual systems. England may be an island, but for many of us, we've actually got either roots overseas, or if we haven't got direct ancestors overseas, we've got branches of our family who have moved overseas and have got family out there. There is a big growth now, and I believe that MyHeritage is championing the way in terms of multilingual systems. Systems that will allow me in England, because my language knowledge isn't that good, so I create my tree in English and I look at my screen and all the instructions are in English, but I can correspond, communicate and see family trees that have been developed where somebody has had their instruction language. We're using Chinese, we're using most of the European languages, a large number of the, some of the Asiatic languages. I do a lot of correspondence as well in Ivrit, which is the Hebrew language. The people are writing their trees up, both the instructions in MyHeritage, where you've got field names and things like that, all in the local language. You can select about 30 local languages. You can type in your tree name, and you can try to type in a name like, if you're in Israel, you might type in Moshe in Hebrew characters. When I do a search on that and look for somebody named Moses, who I knew was a branch of my family, went out to Israel, and I know their name was Moses, MyHeritage will match up the Moses in my family tree with somebody who had written in Hebrew characters Moshe. That's quite a big development. So we're taking languages, we've got name transliteration tables, and we're building that up very rapidly now in terms of trying to match. I've had successes with Eastern European records because now it can take Tchaikovsky and variants, do a Soundex search, and put Tchaikovsky into Polish with all the Polish accents. It can translate it into Cyrillic. Think about what that does. Think about super search. If you're searching for Eastern European records where the original language was Cyrillic, and you've got a vague idea of what the name was, but you've only seen an English transliteration of it. as one of the key commentators on the genealogy field, a very respected blogger said, this is magic. It's going to change the ball game for many of us, and certainly not just the advanced genealogists. For those people now, MyHeritage is doing what we call the Magic 7, or instant discoveries. It probably won't be appropriate for most of the people in this room, but for those people new to genealogy who we're trying to bring in, we're saying, just type in what you know about yourself, your 2 parents, and your 4 grandparents. That's 7 people. And at the moment, we're getting, certainly in the States and certain other places, over 50% matches now. We will find additional information from them out of public records, out of newspapers, and we will, if they accept and they look at the records, we ask them, does this record actually look to be connected? If they do, and we're doing very heavy populations of their trees just from the fact that they had put in 7 names. We can easily sometimes add 50 or 60 names onto a tree like that. That will bring people into genealogy and family history. That gives them instant discoveries, or as we call it, instant gratification. A bit like having a caffeine hit. Okay. Vendors providing easy ways to invite cooperation, better default security. I think we've covered some of those. Options to opt in and out. Family search is now changing some of their emphasis. They are collaborating a lot more with commercial organisations, swapping data or swapping technologies so they can get their data up online quicker. So, I'm going to leave you with a question. I don't expect the answer now, and I'm certainly not going to give it to you. But it's for each of you to take away and think about. Should I collaborate? And if so, to what degree, and using which tools? Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Laurence. Perfect timing, 45 minutes usually said it would be. So open for questions, first of all. Yeah. This is long needed exercise. Yeah, Debbie?
Yes, I was going to ask about collaboration amongst vendors. I mean, the global aim would be to have one big family tree that everyone can work on together. At the moment, we've got Family Search, we've got Wikitree, we've got MyHeritage, we've got Genie. Is there any possibility of all the vendors collaborating together on one big family tree?
A nice, easy question.
The answer is, it's the way you eat an elephant, in small pieces. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen overnight. Don't know. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball as to whether it will ever happen in totality. What I can tell you is the landscape has changed significantly over the last 10 years. You are getting now lots of cooperation between certainly the major commercial players in terms of relicensing data between themselves, because we cannot all go out and index whole censuses because it makes sense for certain people to do certain censuses and certain data and then swap that on some commercial basis. Family search, game changer a couple of years ago. They decided that they had too large a backlog. They wanted to get all the microfilms out to their church members and members of the general public. I can't remember what the figure, it was something like a 10-to-1 ratio based on what they had actually indexed compared to the names that are on the films at the moment. They think they've done about a tenth of it, something like that. And it's not getting any easier because more data is being added, and certainly archives in Eastern Europe are opening up and adding more data and things like that. How do they speed up the process? They have decided that they need to go into commercial partnerships with, I use the term commercial, it is not necessarily monetary spend, but let's call it commercial partnerships with the major genealogy vendors. With MyHeritage, we entered a partnership that was somewhat unusual. It was data from the Latter-day Saints, the Mormon Family Church or Family Search, and by and large we have not been providing them with data. MyHeritage has actually been providing them with technology to enable them to do smarter matches. Other organisations have had commercial organisations have had struck different deals with Family Search to get whether it's data swaps and what have you. Overall, is it going to benefit the majority of us in our searches, this additional cooperation? My view is yes. Will there eventually be one single tree? Probably not in my lifetime, maybe not in your lifetime, but certainly we will see, I've got no doubt, the growth of the mega tree, the growth of the big tree. The biggest tree by far out there at the moment is Genie. Whether that will be the position in a few years' time, I don't know, because it is a relatively new, these large collaborative trees are relatively new. Genie was about the first on the scene on this. Let's watch this space.
I'm a bit worried that this renders all the work I've done over many, 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 many years redundant. What do you think?
I think it depends on why you did it. When you say redundant, you have got to, I'm assuming you've managed to piece together a lot of information about either a particular name, surname, or else a particular family tree. If you are prepared to collaborate or cooperate and make this information available to others, I don't see why it's in any way making any of your work redundant at all. If anything, hopefully it will find you new people and new names for your family study.
I've looked at some of these sites and I'm quite committed to sharing, and it's fine with me if people use any of the work and in a non-commercial way. Where I get concerned is when the vendors say somehow that you lose rights to your information or that it might be used for commercial purposes by somebody else. What's the arrangements there? What's the direction there? I really have a little struggle with thinking that they can take all the work and then go make and sell it to others when I'm perfectly happy for it to be free to others.
Right. This very much depends on individual sites and individual commercial organisations as to how they operate. I fully understand your concerns. Like with a lot of things, when you put information up on the internet, even if the vendors say, the 11th commandment is thou must not copy, you then have to think about A, what people are people going to copy or not, and B, from your point of view of how it's reused, A, how it's going to be reused by that commercial organisation itself, and B, how can we stop other users taking that information and using it on a commercial basis? Most of the vendors have got small print to say, if you use information that you take off of our site that's been provided by other people on a commercial basis, then you're breaking the rules of the site. And theoretically, I think most of the commercial vendors could either terminate a subscription or even possibly challenge through the court someone's use of that. In practical terms, I have not seen that done. You should, from a vendor, get a lot of if you believe your data is being abused, you should actually get by somebody else. You should actually get a lot of cooperation from that vendor in helping to prevent that use if you alert that vendor. Most vendors have got a helpline and things like that which you can actually call or email through and say, I believe my data is being misused or abused. And they will try and find the people who are actually doing that and make sure it stops. Another question?
The biggest problem I've got with your smart matches is that when I contact the people to ask where that information came from, they normally tell me from other people. And I find that a waste of space, basically. So smart matches drive me mad.
Yep. Okay, it's not one that we're going to solve overnight. I think we all know that if we can determine, and I think it's good if somebody actually turns around to you and says genuinely, I got it off the internet, or I copied it from someone else, or wherever it is. At least you can begin to take a view on the accuracy of that information or not. You're one step up. The fact that there is potentially new information up there which may or may not be correct is usually an advantage to us as genealogists. At least usually, say maybe it's got a name or a date, and we can begin, and maybe a location, we can begin to look at what sources that person possibly got that information from, if they haven't got the source actually on the document. It is a matter of education, and for most of us in this room, we actually have an obligation to educate others, especially those new to our hobby. So we can prevent it by education.
One more question.
Yeah, sure.
Why is it now that I can't delete my tree from my heritage once it gets over a certain number? What I normally do, by the way,
sure.
Better explain that I make a GEDCOM and then upload it when I've added more information. Now I've got over 50,000 names, and now I can't delete the tree, so I've got to email you to say delete it for me.
The answer to that is we do. There are two ways. It's effectively a two-stage process. If anyone decides they don't want to use my heritage, they don't need or don't want to use it on a commercial basis, don't want to subscribe, it's easy. You just don't pay your subscription. You cancel your subscription. The data does remain up there. If you want to actually have the data taken down and removed, in other words, you've decided you don't want to, in that particular way, collaborate or with and have your data up there, then that is purely your decision. But you do need to contact us, and we will take it down for you if you want to remove a tree. No problem whatsoever.
I can do that with a small tree. I've got 4 trees, I think.
Right.
But the biggest one, it won't let me delete.
Okay, perhaps we can. If there's a technical problem, then let's deal with it after. If you've got a particular technical problem, then please come and see me afterwards. We'll find a way.
I'm now going to reveal myself as a total dinosaur here, I think. I am in my 38th year of doing family history, so perhaps that's the thing. My view is that the smart matching and the collaboration, and I'm all for sharing, is really mitigating against best practice, because what you're basically doing is giving people an awful lot of contacts to an awful lot of members of their family that aren't actually correct. And as the gentleman over there said, people have no sources for this, and it's advocating, particularly to the people that you were saying, the people who are new to this, the instant gratification is there, but actually it's not encouraging people to do things in a thorough, methodical, proven way. It's just train spotting, it's number gathering, and it's not about quality, it's about quantity. And I've got the biggest family tree in the world. I know nothing about the people on it. I know nothing about the sources that connect those people, but whoopee, I've got, X thousand million names. And I just think that we're we're going about it the wrong way now, whereas those of us who had to, I started my family history BC, before computers, and when you had to verify each step, and you had to do things in a properly researched manner, and you couldn't just import masses of things. I mean, I too work as a professional genealogist sometimes, and I get people, well, this tree's on the internet 10 times, it must be right, you must be wrong. And actually, no, you know, people 2 to 10 have copied person 1 who's made it up. And it does make life very difficult. So I'm kind of all for sharing, but I want a two-way exchange with somebody. None of my family history is on the internet at all. None of my family trees are on the internet, because I want somebody to contact me in person, and I want to know who they are, and I want to know what they know, and tell them what I know, and explain why I think things are as they are.
And that's a perfectly valid view, and it shows where you are comfortable in that spectrum. And everyone is going to be comfortable in a different position on that spectrum. I do agree with you. It's important to educate, especially those coming in new. I don't agree with you regarding not giving people initial information, which we can help them to establish whether that's valid or not. But the fact that we can actually hook them and get them interested in genealogy is, to me, the first step, even if the education part's comes second. Oh, so do you want to wait for?
I just wanted to comment on what Janet said, because with the new model, the sort of discussions you're having one-to-one would actually take place online. If you look at Wikipedia and how that's developed, every article has a talk page, and then whoever wants to can contribute to that talk page and have discussions. And the way that that's evolved, its material is only there when there are good sources to support it. So if that talking process actually takes place online rather than one-to-one, you end up saving a lot of duplication of effort, where all these people are complaining about bad trees, doing nothing about it, keeping their trees private, whereas all the false trees are out there online that people are just copying. But if you have the discussions online as well as the trees, then those false trees are not going to be propagated.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you follow, for example, the Genie type model or the Wikipedia type model, those models do allow for extensive comments, and certainly from a Genie, and I can't talk for other people, but from a Genie perspective, we've built quite a large team of what we call curators, who are not paid, but they are volunteers. Most of them are very, very experienced in their own particular area. And they will help to A, try and spot problems in trees, B, when there are, and there can occasionally be, a difference of opinion on who was the ancestor of X. And you've got one document and you've got another document, and you can actually get 2 different sets of names, and it can actually be quite difficult to actually to work out who the actual real parents are of this particular. As you say, that discussion can be documented online, and you can put up copies of documents as well, and attach them to the record and say, here's where I've got my information from. And at the end of the day, we have curators that, if you want, you can refer a particular issue to, who will look at this and they will make an informed judgment or opinion, and they will tend to come down on one side or the other based on evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurence. I think you all agree that as our first session, it's been excellent, certainly by all the questions that have been asked. I've certainly learnt a few things, because on the Kemble side, we're very much a collaborative organisation, and the Rolf side, slightly different. I'm also interested in the variants as well. I don't know how many formal variants you've got on the Guild.
I'm not sure I can put 100 or so variants on the Guild.
Well,
but certainly,
the rules are that it used to be a maximum of 5, but now we say a reasonable number. But you could actually put you could put 100 on there, but Susan would probably not appreciate me saying that. Yeah. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Laurence.
Okay. You need to. You're welcome. Thanks for getting it going again.
Hey, Tessa, can you hear us?
Yes.
Can you hear us, Tessa?
Yes. Did you get me? Or...
That's better. Right, I'm just going to plug you into the sound system in the room. We should get some echo in. Just a minute. Can you try and speak, Tessa?
Sure. Good morning, and it's about 5 a.m. here.
Right, Tessa, you're on the big screen as well.
That's unfortunate.
You'd be okay to do a screen share when you're ready for the presentation.
Okay, sure.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is our first panel meeting of the day, so welcome. Our panel comprises Bob Cumberbatch, I think our only technically English person today, or West Indies spoke English. We have Tessa Keough in America. We've got Paul Howes, was English. Now, are you American or not? Florida, and we've got Jim Benedict from Calgary, Canada. I'm just going to follow on just at the moment so that I can get everything, all the magic working. Because if it works, it's going to be wonderful. All right.
I don't think so.
Right, the panel is going to be talking about the software that they use for their one-name studies and how it supports collaboration, communication, and cooperation. Okay, how are we doing? Talk about yourself.
All right.
I'm afraid I had to switch to in the room.
Okay.
But,
all right.
Well, we're getting a bit of echo in here, and I apologise for that. I can't avoid it so that you can hear Tessa and Tessa can hear you. Welcome to the panellists. Thank you again for covering for me whilst we did that little bit of stuff. What I'd like to do now is to quickly hand over to the panellists and ask them to quickly introduce themselves and their one-name studies. Perhaps first we can start with you, Tessa.
Okay, great. And I think that you're seeing the screen that I first gave. Basically, I joined the Guild for collaboration, cooperation, and communication, although I didn't really know it at the time. I was looking for others who were doing their surname research and conducting one-name studies who could help me. And I've kind of showed you a number of the ways by sharing how you all work on your studies, by telling me the mistakes you made so I didn't need to make them, by explaining the software you use, by providing me with online and offline resources, by listening to me explain a problem and making suggestions so I could solve it, and by publishing your blogs, your websites, any of your spreadsheets, the articles that you've turned over to the journal, so that I and others could learn for them. And I just wanted to mention that my first experience with Guild members came from meeting them in what was at the time the brand new Google Plus Hangout technique. And Bob Cumberbatch was testing it out during a conference a few years back, and I think they were all sitting in a pub with a Hangout on Air invitation popped up on the computer. And so that's the moment that I communicated for the first time with the Guild on a personal level. I met other Guild members face to face, and it was the reason I renewed my membership that year and the reason that I renew it every year. And I think that our best hope for collaboration, cooperation, and communication comes from fellow Guild members, because you all have a wealth of experience and you're willing to share it with the rest of us. Now, if you switch to the map that's there, Bob, my Keough One Name study started in Plate Cove, East Newfoundland, where my grandfather was born and raised. And 5 years into my One Name study, I've collected the church and the civil registration data, as well as census data for most of the Keoughs in Newfoundland. I continue to gather data and reconstruct Keough families located in Newfoundland, and at this point, that remains the main focus of my research and analysis. However, in an effort to expand the scope of my One Name study, as well as to encourage collaboration and cooperation with Keoughs from all over the world, I've also gathered civil registration data from England and Wales, as well as census data from Canada, Ireland, Scotland, and the United States. And part of the reason is that this data is so easily obtained today, and with spreadsheets you can easily manipulate it. In my opinion, it's imperative that when someone contacts me about my Keough One Name study, that I can either answer their question, guide them in the right direction to find the answers on their own, or encourage them to share their data with me in order to grow their bigger tree and a larger database. If I were to tell them that I was not familiar with, nor was I intending to research in major areas where the Keough surname exists, I don't see how I could say that I conduct a global One Name study, or that I aspire to be a leading researcher in the Keough surname. Next slide. My profile on the Guild website is my website or landing page, where anyone Googling my surname is directed. And I really think that every member of the Guild, since we have the ability to have a profile page, we should take advantage of this benefit to either publish it or update it for our profile. The next slide. Whether you use Google or any of the other popular search engines, have you done a search using your surname, One Name study, or genealogy or family history as search terms? What do those searches bring back? This is my Google search result. I want to be the result when anyone searches for the Keough surname or Keough genealogy or Keough surname research. So if you want to be found online, you have to put yourself out there. Others have to be able to find you before they can contact you. And finally, the next slide, my blog, the Keough Corner, is where I post about, among other things, my research and my Keough One Name study. So I'll turn it back over to you, Bob.
Excellent. Thank you, Tessa. If you put yourself on mute, I think that might cure the echoing at this end.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Jim. Paul. Yes. Which one of you is first? Paul, would you like to give us a slide? you have my slides?
Pictures?
Yes. Well, and just one slide, I think. Okay, well, brief introduction to my study. Hopefully there's a bunch of pictures coming up. These are all sort of examples of things that I've gathered from my one-name study. Okay, all right, well, I'll just talk then. Almost all the data in our database has been entered by hand by 3 of us who work collaboratively together. I started a one-name study 7 years ago. Today we have 96,500 people in reconstructed family trees on our website with about 750,000 facts for those people. We've a variety of people from around the world working together. So there's me in Florida, my cousin Ian in Sutton in Surrey, a guy called Mike Howes who lives in Cheshire. We have a gentleman in Spain whose mother was a Howes who manages all the 2,000 images on our website. We had a gentleman called Dave Howes in Germany who did all our original index construction. But just to give you a sense for how far we've got, between 1837 and 1950, there were about 24,000 marriages for people named Howes in England and Wales, and that's our master checklist. Of those 24,000, we know the parties in the marriage for about 15,000, and of that 15,000, we actually know the location where people got married of about 6,000. And a good chunk of that is thanks to the wonderful people who do marriage challenges. So really appreciative of that. The internet, without the internet, my one-name study would have been impossible, and our website is out there. And just like Tessa, if you search for Howes one-name study or genealogy, or you do a search for even William Howes, the most frequent name that we have about 2,000 of them, you'll find us on page 1 and usually towards the top of almost any Google search that you care to do. I can't remember what else I need to say, but I've probably used up my time. So.
Excellent, thank you, Paul. Jim, quick introduction to your study, please.
My introduction will be very brief because I can't compete with the other 2 presenters. Incredible research that they have done. I'm very fortunate. I have 2 family lines I'm doing, my mother's and my father's. My father's was one-name study. And I have 2 hardcover, thoroughly researched volumes on the Benedicts in America. I have no research to do. On my mother's side, my aunt prepared a book on the family, the Weber family, and she did all the research on that side as well. So my work is done. Until I started opening up the pages and comparing the sources, errors, mistakes, transposed information, now it becomes a detective story, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'll be sharing some information with you a little later on as to some of the tools that I have used, but digging up those relatives is turning out to be quite a fantastic hobby. Looking forward to it.
Excellent, thank you, Jim. So question 1 for the panelists. We did some rehearsing and pre-arranged some questions to get the conversation going. So if you have any questions, I will have to fiddle around with the technical stuff to get you heard. But please do interrupt. First question, Tessa, this is for you. What software or techniques do you use, and how do they support collaboration, communication, and cooperation? Over to you, Tessa.
Okay, great. If you could put it through 2, that will take you to where I have the first question on the slide. Does that help you? Or yeah, one more? Perfect. Okay. I just wanted one back. Perfect. Okay. I just wanted to show all of the different types of things that I use, but I'm only going to talk about a few of them. I did lots of research before I decided on the software program that I was going to use for my genealogy database, and I happen to use Legacy Family Tree. I use it for my personal history as well as my one name study, simply because I prefer to control my data, so I don't put my tree directly online, and I like to work with it on my computer rather than in the cloud. I prefer a genealogy management program that allows me to download data in both Excel and Access formats because I'm very familiar with them and I can manipulate them better. And of course, you need a program that supports and reads GEDCOM. I think most of the genealogy database software programs have the same features, and so it basically comes down to a personal decision based on which program is intuitive, fits your needs, is fully supported, and is updated regularly to address changes. So that's the only comment that I'd have about that. I happen to use Historian software by Panstoria to organize, edit, and share my digital photos, images, video clips, and audio files. I do this for both my personal genealogy and my one name study, as well as my individual family photos, and we have about 15,000 of them. And so all of this information, all of my documents and all of my images are maintained in that software. And the reason that I use it is I find it easier than Photoshop, and it provides a real simple method to add metadata that makes organization and sharing a breeze for us. I do use note-taking programs. I use OneNote and Evernote, and those are both note-taking programs. OneNote is my long-term extensive research set of notebooks. However, I do use Evernote because I find their clipping service to be better at the various websites, and so when I'm researching online, I put the information into Evernote. I like it because I'm easily able to share from my research notebook, whether that's a file that I send to someone or I allow them access to the notebooks, and then we can interact together and collaborate, and we don't have to worry about emails or various versions of what we're working with. I'm a big fan of Microsoft products, and I know some people don't like them, but I use most of them except for Outlook, and I use them for work as well as in the personal environment. I've done it for years, and I use Office 365, so it's available on my laptop as well as in the cloud. I also like the Google products, and I use Google Drive for a lot of things. I think that it's not as robust yet as the Office products, but it's probably getting there. I use Blogger by Google for my blog, The Keough Corner, and it's not really limited to my one name study, but it's also about my entire family history, the information I'm putting out there online, as well as any of my genealogy adventures. I'm working on a website right now, but it's private, and I'm using Weebly for that. And so each of the programs and then the apps that I've shown you with those Wordles, I have a two-part test for that. And the first part of the test is it needs to be easy to use, because although I'm willing to learn programs, I don't want a really steep or an insurmountable learning curve. And second, they can't be proprietary in nature. Some of the programs are so closed that you're unable to import or export your data easily. So I won't use a program and go all in with it if I don't think it can be read or used by other programs. And the reason for that two-part test is because I just prefer to do my research and gather and analyze data and share it with people rather than tinker or play with software and apps. I think I'm probably a B- person as far as software and being techie goes. And so at this point I focus on my research, and I contact others who share my surname, so I'm using social media for that. But other than that, I kind of stick to the web, to the apps and the software that I've shown you there.
Thank you, Tessa. Excellent. Let me just turn this down. Jim, next question is for you. Question 1. Jim, what software or techniques do you use, and how do they support collaboration, communication, and cooperation?
And I think you have 5 slides for me that I sent through. No? I use hand signals. All right. Oh, you have the pictures? That was one of them. Back up, back up. Is that it? All right. I'll work through that. Okay. Thank you, Bob. So, what I have a massive problem on my hands. I have the original author of one of the volumes on the genealogy of the Benedicts in America. He passed away a few years ago. His wife is still alive. And they have amassed a pile of original documents on the Benedicts. And I say amassed a pile of, we figured if they stack all the papers on top of each other, it will be about 3 stories high. All right? And these are documents, pieces of paper, family trees, and photographs and books that have been submitted by Benedicts all around North America in hopes that Volume 3 will get published. So I have far too much information. I have an opposite problem to most of you here in this room. So what I need is tools that will allow me to organize that information so I can lay my hands on it. And one of the tools I need is a document manager tool. The other thing, I'm very, very fortunate in that my son, who is very involved in IT and website development, is helping Dad hobble through all the jungles of setting up websites and the like. So I'm very fortunate that way, and he has set up a media manager site for me for what will amount to tens of thousands of pieces of paper that have to be cross-indexed. I'm going to have a bunch of volunteers to help as well. That's one tool that I need. The next tool, which is shown in the upper right, is a wiki. We've been running this wiki now for about 8 years. And this wiki looks like a book, and that's intentional. It is a family book that is a wiki that has all of the Benedicts in it, plus other surnames, birth, marriage, death, dates, locations, but it also houses stories. You're able to type in full stories on the family, information you have, where they live, where they work, and so on, and it adds flesh to the bones. And it's called genealowiki.com that we manage. In that website, we have Nathan Benedict, and the Reverend Nathan Benedict. We're coming up to another slide shortly. I don't think we have that on site, Bob. Nope, back up, please. I'll explain that later. Nathan Benedict is a Benedict of about 1850s in Connecticut. And I got a very surprising connection to them, only because of the wiki site, and I'll explain that shortly. On the upper left is a Facebook site. That's the Facebook page. You can just make out, it says, Who's That Sitting in My Family Tree, which is the title of the book that my Aunt Gert prepared on my mother's side of the family. And I'm using Facebook and this site to stay in touch with all of my living cousins, nieces, and nephews, and the like. You can see on the bottom, you can just make it out, that's Aunt Toots and her son, that's Uncle Weir, my Uncle Weir in Navy uniform. And I'm posting old family photos, and I'm triggering the rest of the family to get engaged, to get interested. Who is this? How am I connected to that person? And so on. So I'm using Facebook as a way of getting in touch with my living relatives and having something relevant for them. That's question one for me.
Okay, question one for me around what software do I use? I used to use Family Tree Maker, but my database got to about 70,000 people, and it kept crashing my computer. And I found out the reason for it afterwards, and I'll explain why in a second. I now use Family Historian on the advice of several Guild members, some of whom are in the room. You may remember a question I posed on the Guild's forum. I got lots of answers, and after due consideration and trying it out, I switched to Family Historian, The real benefit of that is kind of twofold. One, it works in native text mode, so it actually operates on a GEDCOM file, and that has a number of advantages, one of which is that when you make a backup, you can compress it, you can zip it down, and the size of my compressed backup file is only 10 megabytes. My regular GED file is over now 3 million lines of code, and that's about 62 megabytes. And the Family Tree Maker file equivalent was 310 megabytes. And it's not difficult to see why, with frequent updates, the thing kept crashing my machine. So that's why I had to switch. Now that's what I use day to day. For web display, I use a program that Jim and others are very familiar with, and Bob too. It's called TNG, the Next Generation. Brilliant piece of software, only about $32, I think. But it provides a web front end and also a database engine and display engine for all the data in my file. To that, I've added a bulletin board software, which is free to use. So most of my stuff is either cheap or free. Bulletin board I kind of use as a blog, but I use it to send a monthly newsletter reporting on the research we've done that month, or interesting facts, or asking questions of people. So the particular thing I'm stuck on, I'll try and engage with the people who've registered on my website so as to get them more involved. And the basic reason for all of this, as far as I'm concerned, is that my study is so large, I realized very early on it was too big to do on my own. So I had to engage with other people and get them to share stuff with me. And more than that, I want them to feel like this is their site and not just my site. And I've succeeded to some degree. Let me give you an example. With TNG website, you can use that to send out emails direct to the people who register. So that's really easy. And then on the bulletin board, I can see how many people then read the monthly newsletter that I sent out with my email. I send them a link and they click on the link. And the bulletin board software actually counts the number of people. So I have 1,020 people who registered on my website today. Generally, the average number of people who read my monthly newsletter is about 300. But I noticed during February that only 16 people had read January's email. So I thought, well, we'll see. I sent out February's and nothing happened. So I switched. I used some other free software online called MailChimp.com, and it's excellent. I sent out another monthly newsletter for February, and within 30 hours, that's 1 day and 6 hours, I had over 300 people read the monthly newsletter on the bulletin board. So that shows you not just the power of MailChimp in actually getting people's attention when you send the email out, but it also shows you the level of engagement of the people who've been registered on my site. As for other software that we use, I'm a scatterbrain. I had ADHD before we called it that. And so I'm not nearly as well organized as Tessa is. I do have a few master checklists and so on. I use LibreOffice as my working office suite. It's the equivalent to Microsoft Office, but it's free to use. And it's called LibreOffice, L-I-B-R-E, Office, all one word. And I do use Evernote for my little reminders to myself because I do forget stuff. And so I keep a checklist of things I'm working on and so on. And the facts I find during the month that might be interesting to subscribers, I keep a note to remind myself at the end of the month what to put in my newsletter. Excellent. Thank you. Before moving off question one, which was all about software and techniques, one thing that came out during the preparation was the use of Facebook. And Tessa, if you'd like to relay to the audience how you use Facebook or how you have used Facebook in your study.
Sure. And that kind of went in a little bit to my to the second question. And so if you want to go to that slide just so they can see what it looks like while I'm talking about it, that would be great. You're having to do all this work. I apologize. I think it's, yeah, it's one more. Perfect. You went backwards. Okay. It's question 2, so you need to go one more. That's it. Okay. I will start out by saying that I have never seen the use of Facebook. I never liked it. I didn't use it. But back in 2009, I had an opportunity to go to Newfoundland on the spur of the moment. There was a seminar that I signed up for, and I decided to make a holiday out of it. And I was trying to figure out if there was anyone I could contact because we didn't know any of our extended relatives up there. And so my niece just in passing suggested that I go on Facebook and see if I could find any relatives or if anyone from Plate Cove was on there. And I thought she was crazy at the time, but I went ahead and signed up for an account and I went on. And so imagine my surprise when I found that Plate Cove, Newfoundland had a Facebook group. Now this is a fishing village with about 40 people who live there full-time now. At the height of its population, I want to say it was about 300, and that would have been back in the 1920s. But this Facebook group is for people who have any kind of connection to Plate Cove. Either they were born there, maybe their family's from there, maybe they have extended family like I do. And so I joined the Facebook group and I posted about my planned trip, which it was going to be in about a week, and the fact that I was looking for relatives. And within a week, I was in contact with about a dozen extended family members and other Keoughs. And Keough is one of the more popular names there. So I got information, names and phone numbers from various people to visit while I was in St. John. So those were the people that had left Plate Cove, as well as the few people who were in Plate Cove. And one person gave me the name and address of a woman who lived in Plate Cove. She wasn't on Facebook, and I don't even think they have internet access in Plate Cove, but she still lives there. And I met with her when I was in Plate Cove, and we spent the better part of 2 days together. Now, Geraldine is in her late 70s, and she'd done some of her family genealogy early on, and she shared that paperwork with me and some photos of when her family had visited in the United States. And when I asked her if I could take pictures of those pictures and record her, she suggested that I might be interested in the binders she kept. And I was kind of wondering what she was talking about, but she opened a closet and she had probably 50 binders in there. And they were done by the year, and they contained newspaper articles and school pictures and community events and notes that she kept about anything that went on in the community and the 2 or 3 communities around there. And she also knew the church secretary for Plate Cove, and so I had an in when I wanted to go and look at records, and she introduced me to everyone in the community. She took me on a tour of the area, and I was able to record that, and she told me all about growing up in that region because she was born there, and all about everything that had happened in Plate Cove because that was the community that she married into. So the moral of my story is, no matter how much you hate social media, you know, really get used to it, because you're going to find people online who can assist you, and they're going to know people who aren't online but who can provide you information. And all of those people I have found have photographs and documents that they're willing to share. Most of them can help you. Geraldine helped me with the census information from 1935 and 45. She was able to tell me about the families, and she was able to make corrections to my family reconstructions. So be willing to communicate with others, and if you're willing to share, you're going to gain their trust, and they'll collaborate with you on your one-name study.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tessa. Jim or Paul, is there anything you'd like to add to the Facebook collaboration, cooperation, communication, and particularly how you use it?
Yeah, sure. I think I have almost the opposite issue than Tessa does. Tessa's issue there was very focused. So when she contacted people through Facebook, she had a real defined purpose, and she got people's attention immediately with that. With the name Cumberbatch, for example, if Bob looks up people named Cumberbatch on Facebook and sends them a message, I guarantee you get a reply, right, most of the time. Because the issue here is that when you have an infrequent name, I nearly said uncommon,
when you have an infrequent name, finding a fellow name holder is a real event. It makes somebody's day to get a Facebook message from somebody else called Cumberbatch. But somebody else called Howes, you know, especially in Norfolk, forget it. People just aren't interested. And many people named Howes in Norfolk still aren't on Facebook anyway. But that's another story. So the way I've used Facebook is I've used it to find unusual people named Howes in unusual places. So I'll just give you one example. I'm friends on Facebook with a gentleman named Agustin Howes, who's in Argentina. And I just did a search for Howes on Facebook and just went down the list until I found a relatively unusual name, Agustin, especially with the accented I, made it obvious the guy was a Spanish speaker. And so I wrote to him. His English isn't very good, my Spanish is terrible, but with translate.google.com, it's pretty easy to communicate. It works very well. You take somebody's reply to you, you copy and paste the text into translate.google.com, and up pops a pretty good version of what the person's trying to say. And that's worked for me. So with some information that guy gave me, I then found a website. There's I forget the name of it now, but if you Google foreigners in Argentina or Anglos in Argentina, you'll find it. It has a lot of information with links to original parish registers for Anglo churches down there. And so I was able to build a bit of his family tree and you know, add some stuff for Argentina into my database I wouldn't have otherwise got.
Well, I did touch on Facebook briefly myself. And I use Facebook mainly to stay in touch with my living cousins. We're organizing a big family reunion this August, and we'll have about 70, 80 turning out for it. But I also have Jeannie, and I appreciate Laurence's information earlier. Jeannie is also one way to stay in touch with the family, but I also find with Jeannie, I can quickly find other Benedict names, and while there's not the detail of information, sources of information necessarily, it's the contact information and their relevance on the family tree. And from that I can talk to them and dig in a little deeper. And the other collaborative tool, once again, is the wiki. Don't discount wikis. Wikis become very enriched sources of information, and you get not just names and dates, but you also understand so-and-so was a captain in the fire department in Syracuse, and it really enriches the information.
Actually, one other thing I'd mention here, it's not something I've done, but when I was at Roots Tech, the big genealogy conference in Salt Lake City in March, beginning of March, and there was a presentation there from a lady who was planning a family reunion of all the descendants of a particular individual. And she did it almost entirely using Facebook. She made a Facebook page for her ancestor and then drew a few people's attention to it and asked them to get their relatives connected into that Facebook page. And the thing just built on itself. It's so much easier to use Facebook than keep a list of email addresses for all the descendants of this one person. With Facebook, you can hit them in one go, and they can communicate with each other. And it makes planning an event like a family reunion a lot easier. Fantastic, thank you. Before moving off the end of question one of the topics that we discussed was, do you and should you charge for access to information that you provide, newsletter, website presence, whatever? Do you charge for access to your sites? Tessa will do the panel first here and then come to you. Personally, no, I don't charge, basically because, as you can see, it doesn't cost a lot. I mean, the software, it cost me $30 for my web display software. It cost me $9 a year for the domain registration, and a minimum $5 a month for the web hosting. So it's pretty cheap. I do, however, ask for donations, and I've had over £100 donated in the last year, which I then use to buy more certificates to answer more questions that we have. But you know, again, think about the reason why I started this study and how I did it the way I did. I want to have maximum visibility on the web, and consequently, Nothing's behind a wall. Everything's in the shop window except for people who were born within 100 years ago. If I don't know they've died, you can't see them. But I need to have everything visible on the web, so Google will allow other people to find me.
And I think that was a consensus amongst the panelists, more or less. Anything you want to add, Jim?
Well, I also, likewise, do not charge or expect payment for any of the services, but my wife, Joan, who's in the back there, will say that you have invested so much time of your life into this so-called hobby, Jim. If we ever added it up and converted it to dollars, but I imagine we all face that.
Tessa, anything you'd like to add?
I don't charge, and I don't think I ever would charge, and part of the reason is why sound issues is why I got into this one name study. But the other thing is, I think that if I were on the receiving end of this, if I were the person looking up the Keough information who just came onto one of these sites and someone was charging, I don't know that I'd be so willing to share information or to work with them. It's really helpful to be able to tell anyone who's new to me to go to the Guild website and take a look at my profile and see what I've done so far and see what the Guild does. And when the Guild says it's a charity and then your information is on the profile and then you're asking for information, I think we're taken a lot more seriously, and I don't think that would work if we were charging.
To be honest. Question 2 was about any unusual artifact, piece of information, memorabilia that you've received that you wouldn't have received that you'd like to share with the group without cooperation, collaboration.
I'll kick this one in. You may remember I was talking about the Reverend Nathan Benedict earlier. This is a quilt. Ignore on the left, that's a couple of piles of paper. On the right, you'll notice there's a quilt hanging in the back behind those people. And on the left is Lisa Elander, myself, and my wife Joan in Calgary. I got contacted by Lisa by email saying that she was coming up to Calgary to meet with the local quilting society. She was bringing something with her. And she said, and I found information on a name on this quilt from your genealogy site. She was coming up all the way from Texas to Calgary with this in hand, and we were in Calgary. So we got invited to the Quilting Society meeting in a one-room schoolhouse that's now an historic building, and we got to meet the other quilters. Joan and I were the featured guests at this. Lisa was the featured talker. She had 4 quilts she brought with her, but this is her prize quilt. Lisa specializes in quilts that have names embroidered on them. You can't make it out, but the Reverend Nathan Benedict is on that top right panel on this thing. This quilt was a gift that was put together by Nathan's second wife, Margaret, to her stepdaughter, Emily Mears, was given to her somewhere around 1856 in Connecticut, and it's been handed down from generation to generation to generation to generation until it fell into the hands of Lisa. The experience of standing beside something that was put together by one of your ancestors 150 plus years ago and being able to touch it, I still get shivers when I think about it. It's an astounding experience. And that would not have happened without having done the wiki site, the social media, and so on. So it was quite an experience. And that, if that ever comes up for sale, Joan and I are on first dibs for it, I'll tell you.
Paul?
Yeah, I don't have anything quite as dramatic as that. I do have quite close relations with a group called the House Family Association in North America. And one of them monitors eBay for items relevant to their part of the House family.
So they're all the descendants of a particular couple that arrived in North America in 1637. And they monitor eBay. They sent me an email one day saying there's two sets of medals for a pair of brothers named Howes on sale on eBay, and I bought them. And I still haven't gotten around to it, but it's my ambition to make a suitable memorial for these two brothers. The wife finally died without issue. There was a house sale, and the guy from Sheffield, just cleared out the house and thought there'd be some money in these medals. So I ended up buying them and a whole bunch of memorabilia for this particular family because they had no other home to go to. Some of the other things that have come up in my one-name study, the top right there's a $1 coin from Australia, which is in commemoration of then Captain Sir Neville Howes, who was the first Australian winner of the Victoria Cross. And it turns out I already had a piece of memorabilia in my possession, because my old hobby before I started collecting ancestors was collecting stamps. And Australia issued a commemorative stamp for Captain Howes some years ago, so I have that. This other one's just the bottom right there is a reference to Seth Benedict Howes. That's his mausoleum in Westchester County, New York. I don't actually have anything for him yet, but it's my intention to get at least a picture of it. Small story, this guy was one of the very first transatlantic entrepreneurs. He had a circus, which he took from North America to London in 1855 or so. Stayed here for a few years, married an English girl, went back to the States, made a huge success out of this circus, and eventually he sold it to one P.T. Barnum. And he took the money that he made from that and invested in Chicago real estate and made an absolute fortune. With that money, he sponsored the first ever genealogy into the Howes family in North America in 1892. And I believe he did that for reasons of wanting to gain acceptance into high society in New York, because he wanted to find a connection to old money back in the old country. Because he was a bit of a roughneck, but he was an incredibly wealthy roughneck. When he died in 1902, depending on which newspaper you read, it either says he was worth $2 million or $20 million. Unfortunately, I was thinking of that as a source of funding for my DNA project, but unfortunately it's all been dissipated. Now the point of this story is the lady who was from England donated a large silver salver encrusted with diamonds and other precious stones to the Archdiocese of York. So it's my business in the next few weeks to contact the Archdiocese and see if they still have it, in which case I want a picture of it. No, okay. Does anybody here know what an easy bake oven is? Okay, some do. Only 30 million sold. It is basically a small oven powered by a light bulb, and it was invented by Ronald Howes, who is a gentleman pictured there. Probably you're more familiar with a spirograph. Well, he invented that too, or at least he improved it a lot for commercial sale. So there's a picture of the spirograph and the easy bake oven in the top right. Bottom left is probably, well, it certainly is a printing telegraph machine from 1852 that was designed and built by a gentleman named Royal Earl Howes. And I think without that machine, we may not have been here today, because if you think about it, he was converting dots and dashes, the old Morse code, into text. So you could say he was the forerunner of the ASCII code, which gave rise to the internet. Thank you. Tessa, anything you'd like to add before we move on to question 3?
Nope, I'm good.
Fantastic. Okay, on to question 3 then. Tessa, you're up first. What benefits has your ONS enjoyed through communication, collaboration, and cooperation? Give me a minute to adjust the settings, Tessa. Okay, Tessa.
Are you good with that? Okay, and if you go to slide 9, hopefully that's the question 3 one. We'll see. You're getting your exercise this morning. Okay, perfect. I think the biggest benefit of these 3 C's for my One Name study, I've benefited most from interacting with other Guild members because every week I get at least one email with a link to either a website or a copy of an obituary or a newspaper article that a Guild member has seen, and they've thought of me because of my One Name study, and they're familiar with the surname Keough. And it's very easy to give them a quick thanks right when I get it, and then I make it a point to look for their surname in my local newspapers when I go out and do research. And I enjoy reading the journal and following along most of the time, not all the time, with the forum. Members are always suggesting technology and websites, and they also have research ideas or they discuss their methodology. And all of those tips are really a huge assist to me. You know, sometimes I look at something and think, oh, that might be a better product than what I'm using now, or I can ask them questions because they use the same product that I do. And I really appreciate the efforts that some have made with their YouTube videos. I learned so much from Morris Gleason's YouTube videos on DNA. I never understood it before. And Debbie Kinnett's books were a huge help for me when I was first trying to figure out how to organize or what things to pay attention to with a one-name study. And I really want to thank any of those unsung members of the Guild who contribute to the Guild Wiki, because that's really helpful to me. I'm familiar with American records, but I had no clue as to Irish records or UK records, and so reading through the wiki and finding those links has been really helpful. And I would say that I learn as much from other Guild members' websites and blogs as I do from anything that I publish, and it really helps me make decisions about how to proceed with what I'm going to do for my website, and it really helps me when I'm taking a look at things to do for my one-name study.
Excellent, thank you. Right, Jim, over to you. How has your study benefited?
I really stand or sit in awe of Paul's work. I've seen his website and the incredible amount of research and material in it. I guess with my membership in the One Name study, I have this terrible, terrible burden sitting on me now, stacked 3 stories high. And in order to meet my obligations of the Guild, should be finished in about 40 years. So the good news is Joe and I should make it to my 110th birthday when we wrap this thing up. I've really enjoyed the friendship and camaraderie in the Guild, and the hangouts have been a glorious way to feel like we in North America are in touch with all the other members of the Guild. And I think Paul and Tessa would share that feeling with me. But to realize that it's not just having family names in Family Tree Maker, that through the society there's an even higher aspiration I can make on this whole thing of really fleshing out one surname and doing all I can to bring it all together is certainly a great satisfaction. So that's a benefit back to me, despite the obligation.
And then finally, Paul, perhaps one of the biggest Guild benefits, marriage challenges. Paul, how have you benefited?
Absolutely. While we were on the phone preparing for this presentation, I opened up Family Historian and counted the number of sources in my database that say Guild Marriage Challenge, and it was 9,703. And that's just sources of individual facts. So if I take a rough average of 9 facts per marriage certificate equivalent, that means I've had over 1,000 marriage details from other members of the Guild. If you convert that back into money, you know, it's 10,000 quid. It was quite staggering even to me when I found that, and I'm so grateful. This is absolutely impossible to do without the help of other Guild members and other people around the world. And I make it my business to give back as often as I can. So all the Guild indexes have submissions from the house study, and wherever I can, I'm going through obituaries for various newspapers and sending those out to other members to keep that collaboration going. Because to me, it's one of the most precious things about the Guild is the amount of fellow feeling and collaboration there is among us. And the final thought is simply fun.
Right, thank you very much indeed. That's all the questions we had for these panelists. Do you have maybe 1, 2 questions to Tessa or to Paul? And Tessa, I've got you on the big screen, I'm afraid. Any questions of the panel? Any thoughts, comments? Just a minute. Ah, perfect. Right, Tessa, I hope you'll hear this.
Hello. I hope it's not a naive question, but I always understood that Google, when you put in the search term, it was dead clever and gave you kind of what you wanted. Like when I put in my one name study Rashleigh, the first thing it finds are all my websites and stuff like that. But if one of you put in Rashleigh, would it find it? Because it's tailored to find the things that you've put in. So I want to know that somebody else out there actually finds what I put up there.
Somebody got a smartphone, you could just try it.
Do you want me to try and answer that?
Yeah, what the question was that the searching, when you search, it might be different from someone else searching for the same concept. Because Google tries to find an appropriate match based on what you've looked on before. Debbie's pointed out that that can be fixed or changed.
You can look at it as the public.
Just go to the local library. I'm not sure I caught that one.
You can do that, but also from your own computer. You can take a look at it from a public point of view, or you can close out your account.
Way that you go into Google, so if you're doing a search for British records, go into google.co.uk, you'll get a different list than you will if you use google.com. The order of the words in the search will give you different results if you put the same words in different order, because Google treats the first word as the most important and the second word as the second most important, and so on.
Tessa, is there something you wanted to add? All right, let me just put you on the speaker. Just a minute. Just a minute. Okay, go for that, Tessa.
Paul might have already mentioned this, but you can also go in as the public. You can close out, if you've gone in through your Google account and just go into it clean. You can also, what I do is just go to someone else's computer and take a look at it if I wanted to switch it out. And then go to different there so you can see what shows up, if you go to Bing or Dogpile or anything else.
Well, that's all we have time for. I'd like to thank the panelists and to Ken for welcoming us as a group. Thanks very much to Tessa. You'll be seeing Tessa immediately after lunch in this setup, so you'll be listening to her more than having a panel, so I won't be jumping around up here so much. So thank you all very much for your attention. Over to lunch.
Could I just say something? As you know, the next session is a split session, so they'll be putting the partition across. So I advise you all to move your stuff off your table and take it with you, so when you do go back to either side, and of course we don't know what side you're going to, please do that. The other thing is I'm going to get a pocket full of money because I've got some orders for wine. Anyone else still want wine, come to me and give me loads of money. And the other... Yeah. And the other thing is the tables, the listing is still on the bar and it's not all filled up yet, so put your name down for whichever table you want to sit at. Thank you very much. Oh, and personal apologies to Ken. I've duplicated with the chairs on this section, and I don't think Ken was fully occupied. I'll see if I can get him to do some more for me later.
Hey, Tessa, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I click the wrong thing to start? I'm wondering if I clicked the wrong thing because you kept having those. What does it do when it kind of tunnels?
Yeah, I think that's a video echo. So what I'm having to do at my end, Tessa, is to, I was going to say blue box, but box you as a speaker.
Okay.
And I don't think I was doing that originally. So I think now that you're blue boxed, do you want to try a screen share of your presentation, Tessa?
Sure. Let me close out that first one. And you're not going to get any lunch, right?
It goes with the job.
Oh, okay. And I meant to get back with you, and then I just once I had to switch it over to that 4:3, it was a little goofy. So let me get this one first.
I mean, the bandwidth is blistering here. So,
pardon me?
The bandwidth access is blisteringly fast there.
Oh, good.
So we should have no problem with quality.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me just
screen share. I was just going to go and run for the audience at the end. Sure. It was good. It really was good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to wait for that so I can write down all the things.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Okay, does that do the right thing?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. No, I won't do it.
That does show that slide. Okay.
It doesn't really do it justice, Tessa, if I show you it on the camera, so to speak. But I'll get out of the way now. You can't really see it.
Okay.
The quality is superb.
Oh, I can see it. Okay, excellent. Okay, I'm just going to need to get rid of that little side item. How does that work? How do you get rid of that toolbar over to the side, or does it matter?
I've no idea. I've never seen it before. Oh, I think that might be the Windows.
Okay, there.
Oh, okay.
No, okay. Did I get rid of it now? Okay. So that should work. All right. And if I were to...
That Google thing at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, let's see.
Hide that message. Yeah.
How does that work?
That's working very well.
Okay.
And what I'll do, Tessa, is I'll have to tear down this Hangout, and around about half an hour or so, I'll set up the other one.
Okay.
And we can run the same test again, make sure all the sound levels are fine, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's perfect. And it's kind of helpful to have gone through this exercise so that we can see how to close those things out, and so it'll show up all right. Okay, perfect.
All right.
All right. See you in a little while.
Yeah, about half an hour.
Sounds good. All right.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.